believe that there will be no war, full-blown war against Ukraine, and that there will be no large-scale escalation from Russia. If it happens, martial law will be imposed. And as for your reaction to withdraw Ukrainian forces, that was asked by the leaders of the unrecognized republics. I don't communicate with them. And now comes the question to Mr. Karis. Prime Minister of Estonia has said that recognizing the unrecognized republics means closing the doors to diplomacy. What is the way out from this situation as you see it?
The way out of the situation is actually sanctions. And of course, it's not complete end of the diplomacy, but it's definitely we try to continue not to negotiate, but to talk to the Russian side, because the main issue here is if Putin doesn't care about the Ukrainians, he should think about Russians and their fate, because the war and aggression is not the way one country should go.
І ще запитання від MTV, будь ласка.
Another question from MTV.
Two questions. First goes to President Karis. I'm from Finland, Finnish MTV channel. Okay, you said, Mr. President, earlier that you want NATO to secure and with more fighters in Estonian airspace. Are you afraid that the Baltic countries are next in Putin's list?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I'm not afraid of anything. And the second is, it's not a question of Baltic states or any other NATO member. If things escalate, it's a war against NATO, not against Estonia or Latvia or any other country. So this is one should keep in mind.
Okay, and the next question goes to President Zelensky. You also asked some help from Finnish government. The situation has changed very rapidly now. What kind of help you need most at the moment? And what is your opinion that the non-NATO countries like Finland and Sweden, how we should react to this current situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As for the help that we need at the moment, we appreciate for the assistance that we have already received. We do not choose what kind of assistance to get and the amount of this assistance from certain countries. Nowadays, any kind of assistance is very important for us. Public support, sanctions are very important as well, as was already mentioned in part by the President of Estonia. I'd like to express my view as for sanctions assistance. I think that partly your question contained the answer. All events are now developing at a blistering speed. So the assistance has to be very urgent. As we have seen, Russia has recognized these republics. And it was a very brisk step, and the response has to be brisk as well. Yesterday evening, I talked to President Macron, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Olaf Scholz, Mr. Biden, Mr. Duda, and all of them, I think, have to demonstrate a very urgent response, very swift response and assistance. As of now, sanctions assistance is the most powerful one. Apart from weaponry to bolster Ukraine's defenses and defend its borders, these countries demonstrate this kind of assistance too. Not all of them, but they do this. We appreciate this, but sanctions are more important. They are more powerful that they can, the potential to influence the possible escalation on the part of Russia. We should not wait until it happens, because the first steps towards this escalation have already been taken. Therefore, I think that the legal act of aggression has been committed already. A great tragedy can happen And that is partly an answer to the second part of your question, what others should do. They should look at us and do the same, bolster their defenses. Those who are part of NATO or not, I think, regardless of NATO membership, they have to bolster their defense capabilities and improve the conditions of serving in their armies, because tomorrow these soldiers perhaps will have to surrender their lives. So look at our example, take our example, and count on yourselves. But we would like also to count on unity of European Union countries and NATO members, and the unity of all countries, regardless of their membership in any kinds of alliances. Because the security of the borders at one country is a factor influencing the security of borders of other countries. We are not members of NATO, but if a full-blown escalation happens, full-blown invasion by Russia, all countries, other countries will be endangered. Our neighbors, Moldova, Estonia, Latvia, and other countries. God forbid. This is a very unfavorable situation. Nobody wants to go to war. No one wants it. People in Ukraine want only peace. They are longing for peace, but we have to be prepared for any kinds of steps, aggressive steps from our neighbors.
This crisis escalating and now about the potential for a full-on invasion of Ukraine in the coming days, if that is what is coming.
Giles Gibson for us from Moscow and Peter Dickinson in Kiev. Thank you so much to you both. A dozen civilians from East Ukraine's Donbas region have been evacuated to the Russian city of Kamiansk and Tentisky. CGTN has spoken to some of them about their experience.
As tensions increase, both sides are being accused of violating the peace process in eastern Ukraine. Due to the uncertainty, local leaders have decided to evacuate civilians to a safer environment in Russia. CGTN met some of those who have arrived in the city of Kamensk-Shakhtinsky. Our team left Moscow to learn more about their situation. We traveled more than 1,000 kilometers to meet with those who've been evacuated from the restive Donbas region in eastern Ukraine.
Hello, this is Dmitry Mikhin, CGTN correspondent in Russia. About 40 refugees were brought here yesterday, women and children. And no one knows how long will they stay here.
There were exchange of gunfire and war, so we ran. I have 4 grandsons and granddaughters.
The evacuees say they have already received food this morning. There are 8 people in this family. Beside them, about 40 other people have arrived. They've had a long journey to get here. They were taken by buses to the border before crossing it on foot. On Russian territory, they were met by staff from the Ministry of Emergency Situations and brought here.
It's terrifying there in Ukraine. The case was scared. The border of Donetsk and Luhansk was heavily guarded by soldiers. We were evacuated and local officials took us to the border. Now we have settled here. Many thanks to those Russian people who helped us. We're waiting for further instructions.
The evacuees are now settled. They say their thoughts are with their friends and relatives who remain in Donbas. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry and armed forces have denied claims by leaders in Donetsk and Luhansk region that Ukrainian forces were conducting any offensive operations.
The United Nations has held an emergency Security Council meeting on this ongoing crisis. Our correspondent William Denslow has more from New York.
Well, this UN Security Council meeting was hurriedly put together as council members were scrambling to react to news that Russia's President Vladimir Putin has recognized what he says is the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in Ukraine. Now, that has prompted strong reactions from the UN Security Council. And let's have a listen to some of those reactions from China, Ukraine, Russia, as well as the United States.
We welcome and encourage every effort for a diplomatic solution and call on all parties concerned to continue dialogue and consultation and seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns on the basis of equality and mutual respect.
Ukraine unequivocally qualifies the recent actions by the Russian Federation as violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We are committed to a peaceful and diplomatic path, and we will stay firmly on it.
Those who hoped that the Ukrainian authorities would take a peaceful stance were unfortunately mistaken. Kyiv not only very quickly returned to its bellicose rhetoric and continued the shelling of civilians, but also did everything it could to sabotage and ultimately destroy the Minsk agreements.
It violates a basic principle of international law, and it defies our charter. What is more, this move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine. But we and our partners have been clear that there will be a swift and severe response were Russia to further invade Ukraine.
And there was also a very strong message we heard from the UK's ambassador to the UN, Barbara Woodward, who said, "Moscow has brought us to the brink and we urge them to step back." We have also heard earlier on Monday from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. In a statement, he said that he considers the decision of the Russian Federation to be a violation of the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and he said it's inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has discussed Ukraine with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in a phone call. Wang said China is concerned about the escalating situation in Ukraine. He said China's position on the issue is consistent, adding that the legitimate security concerns of any country should be respected. He said China will continue to engage with all parties and call for restraint and dialogue to ease the situation. And now let's get some more analysis. I'm pleased to be joined by our guest, Fred Weyer. He's a political analyst based in Moscow. Thank you for being with us on our program. Now, Russian forces are being sent to Ukrainian breakaway regions to perform what President Putin calls peacekeeping functions. Where does this crisis go from here, considering that troops will soon be on the ground?
That is the big question. Nobody knows what is the Russian plan. If they go into the two republics, and they are on their way now, I believe they're being deployed as we speak, and stop at the front line just to secure it, then we can look forward to this conflict being frozen again for some period of time. I think that might be the Russian plan, to simply keep the pressure on Ukraine. After all, its economy is failing. Its diplomatic position is not very strong. There may be all sorts of hopes in Moscow that Ukraine can be further destabilized without further military action from Moscow. But if the plan is to continue beyond the borders of those two republics as temporary and sort of imaginary as they are, they do constitute a front line, and if Russia extends beyond that, it will be seen by the world as an outright invasion of Ukraine proper, and then I don't think there is anybody who can predict what will happen, but it will be bad.
Yeah, and we know that more sanctions are in the works now for Moscow, for example, from the UK, from the EU. How will they affect Russia and other parties in this matter? And is Russia prepared for all these sanctions?
I think Russia is well prepared. They've been suffering sanctions for 8 years now. They have really fortified their economy. The Russian government has a huge war chest, like record high foreign currency reserves, rainy day funds. They have done everything to protect the state's finances, and I think they won't suffer much. If the West uses the most crushing sanctions, for instance, cutting Russia off from the international banking system, that would entail real pain for Russia. But it would also be painful for Europe, because Europe receives 40% of its energy from Russia, and if they were unable to pay for that, the Russians would cut off, through the normal course of business relations, cut off the gas. That would be catastrophic for Europe as well. The only sanction I think the Russians really fear is the cancellation of the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. A lot was invested in that pipeline. It is Russia's long-term energy program embodied. If that were to be canceled, I think that could be really, really serious for Putin and Russia.
I also want to ask you this, Mr. Weyer. Putin has often said that historically, Ukraine was always part of Russia. What kind of impact does this statement have on the current situation?
You see, when a politician becomes a historian, there can only be trouble coming from that. It is true that those parts of Ukraine, the eastern parts particularly, were part of Russian states for 300 years. That is why the populations there speak Russian and are quite Russified. But we live in a world of sovereign states. That is the basic building block of the world order. Ukraine is a sovereign state. And if you question its territorial integrity, as Putin clearly did when he said that, a couple of other things that he said were deeply worrisome. it seems that he is questioning Ukrainian statehood and suggesting that he doesn't have any respect for that. That is the most dangerous thing here.
Thank you so much for your analysis, Mr. Fred Meyer. We appreciate your time. Well, Asian stocks took their sharpest tumble in nearly a month as the security situation deteriorates in Ukraine. Japan's benchmark Nikkei index shed 2% and South Korea's Kospi lost 1.8% as trading began Tuesday. Hong Kong's Hang Seng index took an even sharper fall in the morning trade, shedding nearly 2.3%. Meanwhile, oil jumped to a 7-year high and safe haven currencies like the Japanese yen rallied. And now let's take a look back at how the situation has intensified since Monday. On Monday, President Vladimir Putin told the Russian people that he is now recognizing 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine. He also said he would not let a new bloodbath happen in the regions and has sent what he calls peacekeeping forces there. The U.S. responded by calling them peacekeepers was, quote, nonsense. Washington then imposed sanctions on Russia, still bracing for what Putin could do next. The United Nations held an emergency security meeting on the crisis. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has demanded clear support from the West, saying Ukraine is not afraid of anything or anyone. And these are expected to take place in the coming hours. Britain says it will announce sanctions on Russia at around 12:30 GMT. And the EU says it may do the same after a meeting between 4 ministers in Paris. Meanwhile, the OSCE security bloc is set to hold a special session at 1400 GMT. Poland, which will chair the meeting, says ways to de-escalate tensions will be discussed. All right, now let's also take a look at some other major stories making headlines around the world.
we need to cool down and use realism and pragmatism to see what will be the eventual outcome of this crisis. I personally would advocate that Ukraine become a neutral state, recognized by the United Nations and all the stakeholders involved, because by going neutral, becoming a neutral state like Switzerland, Austria, or Sweden, Ukraine will free itself from big power rivalry and will really devote to peace and development and will be a friend of all, including both the United States as well as Russia. And that probably will be a very effective way to cool down the crisis, prevent more bloodshedding. And as far as China is concerned, China has called for calm, de-escalation, using diplomacy and dialogue to seek an acceptable solution of the crisis.
Professor Toker, is the neutrality, or prospective, say, like, let's say there's a neutrality of Ukraine, is that idea popular among, say, European countries, with the U.S.?
No, one can't say at this point in time that this is a rather popular idea. If I understood well my colleague with his interesting input, we speak about some kind of Finlandization, as they call it in Europe, namely a status of Ukraine which would resemble to some extent the way Finland had a status during the first half of the 20th century. We know that through historical experience that did not help to keep Finland in a secure situation once the two giants at its borders, at the time, of course, it was German Nazi and Stalinian Soviet Union, were agreed. So I don't think we're still there. The thing is that if there is no solid anticipation or reliable analysis as to the long-run objectives of President Putin, even if there could be a solution or a short or medium-run solution to the punctual Ukrainian situation, let it be in the east or even all over the Ukrainian Republic, still things are not over. Because what happened over the last 24 hours is actually breach of international borders, breach of international accords, and if you wish, there is a whole, how should I say, revolutionary type situation in the sphere of international relations on European soil. And this is something we still perhaps don't grasp fully what the meaning is beyond a specific problem with perhaps a specific border or specific ethnic composition of a region and things like that. So everybody is consulting everybody in the West, and things will emerge, of course, and there will be some stabilization of the crisis situation, but will it lead to relative more sort of calm behavior? I'm not sure.
Well, Pavel, with the latest development, obviously, recognition of these two regions as a republic, independent republic, and also the presence of Russian troops in the eastern Ukraine, is the end of somehow of the, maybe a short-term crisis, short-term end of a crisis, or Russia will continue to negotiate with the West, because obviously the West has not agreed or responded positively to their demand. For example, no NATO membership of Ukraine and the withdrawal of NATO military infrastructure in countries close to Russia?
Well, right now we have a very serious problem on our hands, and the outcome is unclear. There can be, well, it will be more or less clear in actually several days. What happens when the Russian military take up positions on the line of control in the Donbass? Does the shelling continue, or does the shelling stop? If the shelling continues, it would be officially Russian casualties, wounded and dead Russian soldiers, and Ukrainians, and Russia may be calling in missile and bombers to attack the Ukrainians. So that means there could be an escalation actually in several days. Weekend or Sunday, we could go into a big war. That's one possibility.
Okay.
Because, of course, Russia is right now, the Russian military has been deployed for fighting a really big war. Or the other possibility that the fighting dies down when the Russian troops move into the line of control, that there's a more or less stable ceasefire, and we will then have at least several months, maybe 6 months, to negotiate something.
Okay.
If we don't negotiate really a kind of more permanent solution, at least provisional, but still permanent, like what happened in the Golan Heights when Henry Kissinger negotiated their solution in '74, something that could last. If that doesn't happen, the ceasefire, if it appears, may begin to disintegrate in, say, next summer. And then we go again into a big war. So it's a very, very, very dangerous situation, and a lot of things will be decided just right now in the coming several days.
So the pressure is on the pressure on the West is still there. But a related issue, Dr. Johai, is a Minsk agreement. Now, with the recognition of the two republics, basically Kyiv said that the Minsk agreement is dead. But I think a Russian ambassador to the U.S. has said that because the two republics has been independent or de facto independent since 2014, so recognition does not change much at all. What's your point on that?
Well, I think first of all, China's position is that the Minsk agreement is the foundation for future peace and therefore must be followed. And that's the only way out, because other than that, we're risking a full-scale war between Ukraine and Russia, maybe even larger in the region. And also, it's very difficult to find an alternative solution to the current situation. So that's number one. And number two, with the Russian station of troops in those two independent republics and recognition, and also now a treaty between Russia and those two, it's getting more difficult to implement the Minsk agreement. And now, because Ukraine is basically saying that there's no purpose to move forward with that Minsk agreement, that means they do not recognize that anymore. So I think right now it's more difficult to implement that, and it requires more diplomatic effort to put all sides together, sit down, and probably revise and improve on that agreement to reach a new agreement. I think but based on that Minsk agreement. So that's the only way, only option, I think, currently we have for the hope of peace. And I agree with the previous speaker that right now we're in danger of a real war that broke out very quickly and escalated very quickly. So right now, the de-escalation must happen on the front line between Russia and Ukraine. The problem is whether or not Zelensky government in Ukraine can control the frontier and the soldiers and different militia groups along the line. So it's very difficult at this point to figure out how to control them, how to prevent them from attacking the incoming Russian troops and prevent a situation where things are quickly getting out of control.
A dangerous situation. Victor, if you look at the response from Ukraine, the Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking at the Munich Security Conference, he basically pleaded his Western partners like, what are you waiting for? Obviously, Russian troops at the borders. There's a dangerous situation, and basically everybody is saying we will impose sanctions after the invasion. If there's no invasion, we will not do the sanctions. And now he said that it's a moment to test which country is a real partner. Do you think those countries will somehow send troops or send more aid to help Ukraine?
Well, I would say at this particular moment, what is required of Ukraine and Ukrainian leaders is pragmatism and realism. No foreign country, no NATO member states will take the risk of sending their troops to fight in Ukraine against Soviet soldiers, the United States, Russian soldiers. President Biden of the United States made it very clear the U.S. soldiers will not go to Ukraine to fight against the Russians because that will trigger a nuclear war that will lead to Armageddon. So President Zelensky probably really overestimates himself and underestimates the commitment on the part of the Russian government and President Putin to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO. Now, recently, Ukrainian leaders demanded that they join European civilization, as if Russia and countries close to Russia are not civilized countries. This served as a great insult to President Putin and the Russian people. So I would say, if you are a politician, as the leader of a country, you need to be very circumspect and very careful in what you say and what you communicate to the others. At this particular moment, begging Western countries to send troops to fight against the Russians in Ukraine, or ask them to impose sanctions before the Russians take a move against Ukraine, is not only premature, but also very unrealistic. And I think Ukraine really need to demonstrate statesmanship, courage, audacity, and vision going forward.
Probably. But let's also, this is a hot topic. There's a lot of discussion. Let's take a look at the social media to see what people are probably sharing their questions or sharing their comments on the social media, like a Twitter. We have one here. Okay. So, is the Professor Toker? Is there's a comment here or question? Is the option of NATO membership for Ukraine really any benefit to its security, or rather a threat to peace in Eastern Europe? What if it be taken off the table now? Obviously, this is not the priority right now, Professor Toker. But do you think somehow the West gave Ukraine a false hope of NATO membership or EU membership, and then there's a lot of empty talk about standing with the Ukrainians?
No, there is for sure a large amount and a rich vocabulary of solidarity with the Ukrainian administration and with President Zelensky. However, it is untrue to claim that the Ukrainian government or the actual president had commitments or even weak commitments on the part of Western allies, to start with the United States, but also Germany, but also France and also Great Britain, regarding a practical implementation of that idea according to which Ukraine may become member of the NATO alliance. That's just untrue. And it is known to whoever deals with this issue. Now, the problem, if you wish, in terms of geometry of this moment in the crisis is that actually, at least according to me, none of the protagonists have really good options to choose from. The Russian side has more options, significantly more options than the West, in terms of what President Putin can decide, because his military capabilities are, of course, well more developed, because many of the energies which had given birth to this crisis are, in a way, within the mind and the sense of analysis of Moscow. The West has less options. All of them are mediocre to bad. According to me, the options in front of President Putin's vision are also bad. But naturally, of course, he does not think so. And in a way, there is some coherence in what he had expressed, at least over the last 10 years, not just these last few months of the crisis, but starting last decade, even the decade before, in terms of his overall vision of that catastrophe, of the collapse of the Soviet Union and being the most significant catastrophe of the 20th century, which should be repaired. So we're speaking about unequal types of challenges, on one hand, on the Russian side, and on the other side, on all Western partners, let them be European or NATO as an alliance or the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's continue to take another look at other comments on the Ukrainian situation now. Here's one. Pavel, here's one for you, probably. Putin has largely failed in the grand scheme of things, bringing Ukraine back under the Russian sphere of influence. Instead, he pushed it further away, unified his opponents, and re-energized NATO. the U.S. conducted a very clever strategy by saying to Russia, no fear, go for it. So, Pavel, Russia somehow has pushed the Ukraine further away from its influence?
Well, when the public opinion polls are true, that's most likely so. When this crisis began in 2014, there were a minority wanted to join NATO, and now it's more of a majority, though of course there's a large sizable part, at least 20% of the Ukrainian population, who kind of support Russia. And would maybe be glad to return to the Russian fold, but they are also a minority. And the Ukrainian society now, a large part of it is very belligerent, and they'll be ready to fight against very high odds to fight a prolonged war with Russia. And, well, they do have some chances, well, because Russia, of course, is a nuclear power, but it's not going to ever use nuclear power against Ukraine. So this could develop into a very nasty confrontation and a lasting confrontation. There are different positions in Ukraine, different positions in Moscow, and this could lead to a prolonged confrontation that's going to be with always the threat of it escalating in an all-European or even into a global war somehow. And of course, Western soldiers will not go to fight in Ukraine, but say some volunteers, say from Poland or other places, can go. And maybe even not many of them. So this is may develop into something that we will be hard to control from Moscow or from Brussels or from Washington. We're looking into a very bleak future.
But, I mean, here's a question. How likely is it, in the worst scenario, Pavel, how likely is it for Russia to really, invade, say, to have a full-scale war against Ukraine, which is a large country?
Well, if there's a continued fighting in the Donbass involving officially Russian soldiers, if we're beginning to get body bags, so to say, and wounded young Russian soldiers who are wounded in fighting the Ukrainians, I believe that the possibility of further escalation is almost inevitable.
Professor Toker, as this one commentator made these comments on Twitter, he said, NATO is being re-energized because of the Ukraine situation. Is that true?
Yes, I think that this is true. Remember, just 2 years ago, hardly 2 years ago, French President Macron, who is now the rotating president of the entire Council of 27 members of the European Union, provoked NATO members in giving an interview to the Financial Times describing NATO being in sort of a cerebral death because it doesn't have a common objective, it doesn't operate in a very coordinated way, etc. Look at the situation now. Look at the level of unity amongst NATO members and EU members. So, of course, this is one of the first rules. If there is a significant pressure coming from outside, from a common adversary, if not enemy, then of course you do something in order to consolidate the cohesion of the organization itself. And even it is going to define clear objectives in terms of the visions and sights of NATO members. What should they be concentrating on? Where the danger is. In a way, President Putin is defining the danger, among other things, for the sake of NATO cohesion.
Okay, so Dr. Dohai, now with NATO re-energized, now also you have Russia, which is seeking to ensure its national security. Probably they will not end their action until there is a secure environment, let's say. So somehow we are going to see a long-term tension probably between NATO, between US and Russia.
I think right now there's a talk about the return of the Cold War or a mini Cold War to Europe, and I think we have to differentiate. On the one hand, yes, there's the re-energize of NATO against a Russia sort of remilitarization of that part of Europe. However, I think there are differences among NATO countries of how to deal with Russia and how to answer to Russia's request for more security. And on that, I think across the Atlantic, there are different views. And right now, I think the fundamental problem is there are two conflicting visions of Europe. One is based on a relic, NATO, like a Cold War relic legacy that continue to exist, and including and moving more east towards the Russian border. Mm-hmm. And on the other hand, there's a vision, or on the Russian side, of a multipolar world where it needs to secure more of its nearby space. So I think at the end of the day, the two will clash with each other, and we need to find a common ground between the two so that peace can be secured. Otherwise, this situation will continue to brew, and somehow it's going to get out of hands.
Victor, about 1 minute, what's your prediction? Probably, look at the situation in European countries, in European land, let's say between Russia, NATO, Russia, US. Will the tension continue or even escalate?
I think the tension will deteriorate, and clashes will happen between the Russian-controlled two regions in East Ukraine and the rest of Ukraine. And then the fact that the United States or Western countries are sending ammunition and mercenaries to Ukraine to fight against the Russians is another possibility for a major explosion. But in the longer term, Russia will prevail in this struggle against Ukraine, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, with that, we come to the end of today's show. Many thanks to our guests. You can also find us on the CGTN app or on YouTube. I'm Xu Qinduo. Thank you for being with us. See you next time.
Earlier, Russia's lower house approved friendship treaties with Donetsk and Luhansk. The two regions proclaimed themselves republics in 2014. And Turkey says recognizing Ukraine's rebel republics is unacceptable. Some Western countries are expected to announce sanctions soon. Authorities have reported a rise in ceasefire violations by the Ukrainian military and Donbas separatists. Later today, the world's largest security body, the OSCE, will hold an emergency meeting on the crisis. Meanwhile, Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky says Kiev is considering severing diplomatic relations with Moscow. And just moments ago, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has indicated the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to Russia will not go ahead. And for the latest on that, let me bring in Trent Murray. He's live for us now from Berlin. Well, Trent, a big move by Germany, and this is perhaps what Russia fears most. What can you tell us?
Well, it is a big move. This announcement has sent shockwaves through Berlin. I have to tell you, we were not expecting this announcement from Chancellor Olaf Scholz, I think it's fair to say. Nord Stream 2 had always been one of the biggest, I suppose, response weapons Germany had in responding to Russia. It is an incredibly lucrative project, and until this point, really, Chancellor Scholz was never drawn in to the question when he was asked about this, whether he would take Nord Stream 2 off the table in response to any sort of Russian incursion. Well, today he has confirmed to the world that he is taking it off the table. He's instructed regulators here to stop their review process of that pipeline, effectively bringing it to a halt. It's worth noting that Gazprom, the Russian state-backed firm building this pipeline, has said in the past that it is filled with gas right now and it is more or less ready to be switched on. But that will not happen now because of this direction from Chancellor Olaf Scholz. He says that because of Putin's blatant breach of international law, the pipeline will not be going ahead, and he says the situation after what happened last night is fundamentally different. He also says he'll be speaking to French President Emmanuel Macron and President Joe Biden about all of this.
Yeah, and many countries say that they are considering sanctions against Russia as all this begins to play out. For example, from UK, we're expecting that to happen later today. What is the latest that you've got there from Berlin?
Yeah, well, look, phones have been ringing hot across Europe today discussing what possible sanctions the European Union could introduce in response. We understand that in the last hour or so, a meeting of EU ambassadors in Brussels did wrap up where they discussed those sanctions. From there is now going to be a meeting of EU foreign ministers based out of Paris in the next couple of hours. And then we are expecting a press conference from the EU's top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, where he will announce what sanctions will be introduced in response to these moves by Russia. And certainly a lot of what we're hearing out of that meeting is that there is a fair bit of a unanimous decision, I should say, from European Union member states to introduce some very strong sanctions in response.
Thanks so much, Trent Murray, following the latest for us from Berlin. And this is happening right now. Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Azerbaijani counterpart Ilham Aliyev are giving a joint statement. Let's listen in.
С перспективой роста и в этом году, и уже январские показатели об этом свидетельствуют, очень много конкретных проектов мы реализуем, конечно, об этом тоже сегодня поговорим. И спасибо, конечно, за вашу высокую оценку.
As we're seeing, this is live signal from Moscow, where Russian President Vladimir Putin and Azerbaijani President are now issuing a joint statement on the crisis in Ukraine.
Actually, the bilateral tie between the both countries right now already surpassed $1 billion. As you mentioned, that we have seen a really good momentum, so we believe we have a quite bright future in this sector. At the same time, we could see that we also started to do more projects, which are also marking a good cooperation between both sides. And also thank you. Just now you spoken highly about our cooperation in people-to-people exchanges. And also we are willing to do more in this field. So we can carry forward more efforts, no matter for Azerbaijan or for Russia. I believe this is a very important endeavor.
И, конечно, без знания русского языка очень трудно будет налаживать коммуникации.
And also a lot of schools in Azerbaijan had the class teaching Russian. More than 30,000 students learning Russian. I believe this is really good promotion of Russian language. And also laid solid foundation for our cooperation. So steering a bright future for our future cooperation. I believe that for countries belong to former Soviet Union, language, the same language, Russian, is a great bond connecting all the countries. So at the same time, I also would like to discuss about the issues in great interests, especially in the geopolitical sector. Russia played a conducive role in preventing wars. And also in face of a lot of conflicts, Russia always seeks a diplomatic effort to resolve the difficulties. And also we have signed documents.
And CGTN will certainly bring you up to date on any latest development there. Meanwhile, our correspondents Giles Gibson in Moscow and Peter Dickinson in Kiev tell us sides are reacting to impending sanctions.
The Russian Duma voting unanimously to back up, to ratify the President Vladimir Putin's decision to recognize these two breakaway regions of eastern Ukraine, Luhansk and Donetsk. It's important to note that we are talking about here the Luhansk People's Republic and the Donetsk People's Republic, both self-proclaimed, but there are Russian lawmakers in the Duma that we understand were actually pushing for a broader definition of the territory covered by this legislation passed by the legislature here in Russia to perhaps cover territory that is controlled by Ukrainian forces currently. We've also been hearing from the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in the last hour or so, reacting to sanctions coming down the pipeline from the US and some of their other Western allies, including the UK. Sergei Lavrov making very light of these threats of sanctions, essentially saying that Russia is used to being threatened with sanctions by the West, and saying that they have prepared for the sorts of sanctions that are now coming down the pipeline.
Everybody is watching very closely now to see what the exact nature of these sanctions will be. I think there's no question that there will be sanctions. We expect them to come in the next, momentarily, at any moment in fact. But it's not clear how severe they will be. Of course, the sanctions that have been talked about for the past few months, that have been promoted, as it were, as unprecedented, as extremely serious, as crushing, were designed in the case of a full-scale military invasion. Now, what we saw yesterday, in most people's interpretation, does not qualify as that. It's in that grey zone between war and peace. It's seen as an act of aggression, but not a military invasion, not a military escalation by many. So the fear in Ukraine is that the measures that we are about to see announced will be weak, will be insufficient to deter Russia, and will in effect encourage Russia to go further.
And earlier we spoke to Zhang Xin from East China Normal University for his take on what Russia's actions mean. Take a listen to this.
From Russia's perspective, it's essentially broke the Minsk Accord, which is the legal framework Russia itself has been trying to push Ukraine and all the relevant parties to adhere to up until a few days ago. So I think that opens up a somewhat dangerous situation. And it's not clear whether Russia's peacekeeping troops are going to cover the territorial areas beyond the current self-claimed independent Republic of Donetsk and Luhansk, because the other areas in the broader Donbas area are still under firm control of the central government of Ukraine. So this is something we're going to look to see the further development. We've also seen United Nations Secretary General openly criticizing Russia for violating international law, disrespecting the sovereignty of Ukraine. So I think that's a message we see from the international community as the first group of messages. And also, United States has announced a sanction against the two independent republics. But it's not completely clearly what more effective political, economic, or even military actions Western actors are going to take against the Russia's action. So I think we are in a very dangerous, messy situation right now in eastern Ukraine, and the things may flare up even further.
Now let's now take a quick look back at how the situation has intensified since Monday. On Monday, President Vladimir Putin told the Russian people that he is now recognizing two breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine. He also said he would not let a new bloodbath happen in the regions and has sent what he calls peacekeeping forces there. The U.S. responded by saying calling them peacekeepers was, quote, nonsense. Washington then imposed sanctions on Russia, still bracing for what Putin could do next. The United Nations held an emergency Security Council meeting on the crisis. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has demanded clear support from the West, saying Ukraine is not afraid of anything or anyone. And that's all the time we have for this hour's The World Today. I'm Wang Mengmang. Thanks for watching and stay with me for China 24.
Of the Ukraine issue is closely related to the delayed implementation of the Minsk II agreement. China will continue to engage with all parties on the merits of the case. The situation in Ukraine is getting worse. China once again calling on all parties to exercise restraint.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has discussed Ukraine with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in a phone call. Wang said China is concerned about the escalating situation in Ukraine. He said Russia's position on the issue is consistent, adding that the legitimate security concerns of any country should be respected. He said China will continue to engage with all parties and call for restraint and dialogue to ease the situation. Meanwhile, the United Nations has held an emergency Security Council meeting on the ongoing crisis, with China calling on all parties to exercise restraint. Our correspondent William Denslow has more from New York.
Well, this UN Security Council meeting was hurriedly put together as council members were scrambling to react to news that Russia's President Vladimir Putin has recognized what he says is the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in Ukraine. Now, that has prompted strong reactions from the UN Security Council. And let's have a listen to some of those reactions from China, Ukraine, Russia, as well as the United States.
We welcome and encourage every effort for a diplomatic solution and call on all parties concerned to continue dialogue and consultation and seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns on the basis of equality and mutual respect.
Ukraine unequivocally qualifies the recent actions by the Russian Federation as violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We are committed to a peaceful and diplomatic path, and we will stay firmly on it.
Those who hoped that the Ukrainian authorities would take a peaceful stance were unfortunately mistaken. Kiev not only very quickly returned to its bellicose rhetoric and continued the shelling of civilians, but also did everything it could to sabotage and ultimately destroy the Minsk agreements.
It violates a basic principle of international law, and it defies our charter. What is more, this move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine. But we and our partners have been clear that there will be a swift and severe response were Russia to further invade Ukraine.
And there was also a very strong message we heard from the UK's ambassador to the UN, Barbara Woodward, who said, "Moscow has brought us to the brink and we urge them to step back." We have also heard earlier on Monday from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. In a statement, he said that he considers the decision of the Russian Federation to be a violation of the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and he said it's inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
This is China 24 coming up next on the show.
update you on this story as we get more information. All right, now let's take a look at what else is making headlines around the world. In Burkina Faso, some 60 people have been killed and dozens more wounded in a gold mine explosion in the southwestern province of Pony. The cause remains unknown and an investigation is underway. However, witnesses told the Xinhua news agency the explosion originated from a stock Our Trent Murray, who's standing by for us in Berlin. Trent, good to see you. Give us some more details on how the European Union plans to respond to Russia's announcements.
Well, the phones are ringing hot in Europe today as European leaders work on a suite of sanctions and packages designed to really punish the Kremlin for its decision to essentially invade Ukrainian territory with that military force you mentioned that they are describing as peacekeeping troops. One of the first orders of business we've seen today has been here in Berlin, where the German Chancellor has announced that he will be halting the certification of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. Now that really I cannot stress enough just how big of an announcement that is here in Germany. That pipeline is a $10 billion pipeline, which has long been the thorn in the side of Germany's relations with America in particular. It has always steadfastly held on to wanting to keep that project going, but today they said something fundamentally has changed, and for that reason the government here has made that decision. Also in the European Union, we've had a meeting of EU ambassadors. We understand a suite of sanctions has more or less been approved there, will be tabled this afternoon at a meeting of foreign ministers. That list includes everything from targeting those personally that were involved with this decision, targeting Russian banks which are financing the military in this region, targeting the Russian state and its governments in its access to EU capital. We're also going to see targets against trade between these regions in the EU. That's certainly the direction of travel. We will know more though later this afternoon European time, when we do expect a press conference from Europe's top diplomat Joseph Borrell, where he will go through all of that in detail. But the takeaway message really in all of this is that Europe wants to send a very, very quick message that it's wanting to respond strongly against this maneuver by the Kremlin.
Okay, so Nord Stream 2 pipeline, that is going to be halted. Of course, sanctions from the European Union and the UK are ready to go on Russia as well. How are the European markets, Trent, digesting all this news that Russia has moved troops into eastern Ukraine?
Yeah, well, the European markets did open in the red today, sliding about 2% in early morning trade. They have recovered a lot of that ground now. The FTSE, DAX and the CAC are all just in the green. Just before coming on air, I saw, but by less than 1%. What has surged, though, is the oil price, as you might imagine, given Russia is a major supplier of global oil. US crude has jumped 4.2%, I should say 4.2% to $95 per barrel. And the international benchmark Brent crude has climbed 2.9% to $98 per barrel. We'll also have to watch, of course, natural gas prices. Again, Russia, a major supplier of natural gas, especially to Europe. This will undoubtedly unsettle the markets when it comes to for energy traders.
All right, many thanks for that update. Our Trent Murray live for us there in Berlin. Meanwhile, China is urging all parties to exercise restraint and resolve differences through dialogue and consultation. The comments follow Moscow's decision to recognize the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent. Here's Wang Wenbin, a spokesperson of China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Take a listen.
China is concerned about the development of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. China's position on this issue has been consistent. Any country's legitimate security concerns should be respected. The purpose and principles of the UN Charter must be maintained at all costs. The developments so far in Ukraine has to do with the delayed execution of a new Minsk agreement. China will contact with all parties based on the facts of the issue. The situation in Ukraine is deteriorating. China urges again that all parties restrain themselves and realize that security is indivisible. China welcomes dialogue, consultation to de-escalate the situation and resolve differences.
And the United Nations has held an emergency Security Council meeting on the ongoing crisis in Ukraine. Our correspondent William Denslow has more from New York.
Well, this UN Security Council meeting was hurriedly put together as Council members were scrambling to react to news that Russia's President Vladimir Putin has recognized what he says is the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in Ukraine. Now, that has prompted strong reactions from the UN Security Council. And let's have a listen to some of those reactions from China, Ukraine, Russia, as well as the United States.
We welcome and encourage every effort for a diplomatic solution and call on all parties concerned to continue dialogue and consultation and seek reasonable solutions to address each other's concerns on the basis of equality and mutual respect.
Ukraine unequivocally qualifies the recent actions by the Russian Federation as violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. We are committed to a peaceful and diplomatic path, and we will stay firmly on it.
Those who hoped that the Ukrainian authorities would take a peaceful stance were unfortunately mistaken. Kiev not only very quickly returned to its bellicose rhetoric and continued the shelling of civilians, but also did everything it could to sabotage and ultimately destroy the Minsk agreements.
It violates a basic principle of international law, and it defies our charter. What is more, this move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine. But we and our partners have been clear that there will be a swift and severe response were Russia to further invade Ukraine.
And there was also a very strong message we heard from the UK's ambassador to the UN, Barbara Woodward, who said, "Moscow has brought us to the brink and we urge them to step back." We have also heard earlier on Monday from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. In a statement, he said that he considers the decision of the Russian Federation to be a violation of the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and he said it's inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. William Denslow, CGTN, New York.
And Asian stock markets were jittery and cautious as well amid the ongoing crisis between Russia and Ukraine. Markets over in Hong Kong and Tokyo both in the red. Let's get an update on the Asian markets with our Tim Pope in Shanghai.
We saw investors there were equal parts worried about Ukraine and alarmed by reports of renewed scrutiny of China's tech sector. The Hang Seng was off by close to 3% at one stage. Bloomberg has reported that Chinese banks and state-owned firms have been told to provide detailed information on links and exposure to Alibaba-owned fintech firm Ant Group. That has investors concerned about more regulatory action that could possibly be in the pipeline for China's tech sector. And it comes just days after new rules which rocked the stock price of food delivery giant Meituan. Alibaba shares were down right from the opening today. They fell more than 5% right after the opening bell, and a short time ago were trading about 3% lower. There were more modest falls for Alibaba's biggest rival Tencent, but Xiaomi stocks as well hit a 52-week low, and Chinese tech bonds, at least dollar bonds, were also plunging. Over in Japan, the Nikkei 225 and the Topix both fell by 1.5%. Investors there worried about Ukraine as well. They've only really managed one gain in the last 7 sessions on the Japanese markets, and today nearly all the stock industry groups are trading lower. The potential economic fallout of a Russian invasion of Ukraine and what kind of economic sanctions the US might put in place are the things that investors are really anxiously focused on. Electronics firms were down pretty heavily, led by index heavyweight Tokyo Electron, which shed more than 4%. And the big Japanese automakers were also down. Nissan Motor Corp was losing more than 6% today. So definitely a tense day of trade around the region with very few bright spots.
And let's get a quick recap of how the Russia-Ukraine crisis panned out in the last few months. In November, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said there were nearly 100,000 Russian troops near the border, which Russia denied. In early December, the United States threatened Russia with, quote, strong economic and other measures if it invades Ukraine. Russia responded with new proposals which sought to limit U.S. and NATO military presence near its borders. In January of this year, the U.S. and NATO formally rejected Russia's demands, calling them, quote, unrealistic. That same month, NATO put troops on standby and sent ships and fighter jets to bolster Europe's eastern defense. European, Russian, and Ukrainian leaders have since sought a peaceful resolution to the conflict. On Monday, Putin formally recognized the independence of the breakaway regions of Donetsk and Luhansk and ordered Russian troops into both areas on a peacekeeping mission. Well, as tensions simmer between Russia and Ukraine, let's get a closer look at Ukraine's role in Europe's economy. Take a look.
Based in Eastern Europe, Ukraine is known for its large resource, rich farmlands, and a well-developed industrial base. Production of metals, particularly iron and steel, is an important part of the country's economy. According to German politician Hans Springer, the iron and steel sector accounted for nearly 25% of the country's GDP for several years, 40% of the export revenue, 25% of the industrial production, and provides employment to over 500,000 people. Currently, Ukraine is placed ninth in terms of steel production globally and exported over 15 million tons of steel in 2020. The country was once Europe's third largest coal producer, but production has dropped dramatically after fighting broke out in 2014. Agriculture is another crucial sector in Ukraine. For centuries, Ukraine has been known as the breadbasket of Europe, given that the country is home to around a quarter of global superfertile black soil. Last year, Ukraine's GDP posted a 3% growth to $200 billion, the highest level since the country became independent in 1991. However, the economy has been battered by constant conflict. Data show that conflict with Russia has cost Ukraine a $280 billion in lost GDP between 2014 to 2020. Meanwhile, the ongoing conflict has cast a shadow over the country's economy. Ukraine president said that the mass media report of troops on street is sowing fear and hurting the country's economy.
Sometimes they're not even using diplomatic language. They're saying tomorrow is the war. This means panic on the market, panic in the financial sector.
The current impact has not been limited within Ukraine. Some believe that in the worst-case scenario, the world could be thrown into recession and the conflict might become a black swan event the global economy can do without.
And a look now at other headlines we're tracking at this hour, where Germany's central bank says the latest wave of the coronavirus pandemic may push the country's economy into a technical recession, but rally over $100 a barrel for oil. And more to watch in the coming hours. NATO has announced an urgent meeting with Ukrainian envoy on Tuesday. In the meantime, the group of 7 foreign ministers will also hold a virtual meeting on the ongoing Ukraine crisis later tonight. They are, of course, expected to discuss sanctions on Russia. And of course, stay tuned to CGTN as we bring the latest on the unfolding crisis between Russia and Ukraine. And with that, we're going to wrap up this edition of Global Business here on CGTN. I'm Michael Wong here in Beijing. We'll see you again next time.
describing the situation as fundamentally different. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said the pipeline linking Russia to Germany could no longer go into operation. Meanwhile, the UK has released a package of wide-reaching sanctions on Russia, with the EU set to follow. Well, in a moment, we'll be in eastern Ukraine with Stephanie Freed. But first, let's head to Moscow and talk to Stuart Smith. Stuart, how will this news be received by the Kremlin?
Well, no comment from the Kremlin yet, but the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Maria Zakharova has addressed this. She says that, in a sense, these sanctions were only going to happen anyway, regardless of what action Russia took. She said it's an illusion to believe that there would have been no sanctions, anger or condemnation from the West against Russia if it had not recognized the sovereignty of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, that these sanctions would have happened anyway, simply as an excuse for Western nations to try to curtail the development of Russia. She went on to say that it shows the German assurances that politics should not be linked to energy mean nothing, and also that this is a decision not based on what Russia is doing and the action it's taking in its southwest, but a business decision to try to make Russian business harder. And indeed, she went even further, or has done in the past, saying that ultimately this is all driven by the United States, which aims to try to forge for itself a greater market share of energy exports in Europe. She also went on and later mentioning the difficulties and the irregularities, she says, in the Western response to what's happening in Luhansk and Donetsk, saying that the West continues to lie on these issues. And in a meeting with the Russian president earlier in the day with the Azerbaijan president Aliyev, there were concerns that he expressed to President Vladimir Putin that the discussions around an expansionist Russia meant that his country was potentially under threat, but he was at pains to reassure the president that this was not the case.
Russia decided to recognize the sovereignty of the two Donbass People's Republics. I can say that we saw and foresaw all the speculations on this subject, that Russia is going to restore the empire of its imperial borders. That's not true, absolutely. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia accepted all the new political realities.
Well, Stuart, let's talk about Russian fears, if there are any, over further sanctions from the UK and from Europe.
Yes, indeed. It's interesting that publicly, at least, Russia always says that it no longer fears the introduction of new sanctions, that it's lived with sanctions for now 8 years since the annexation of Crimea in 2014, and also from countries like the United Kingdom after alleged poisoning attempts in Western Europe, in the UK. And so for Russia, the threat of sanctions and the implementation of sanctions are nothing new, and the President Vladimir Putin is confident, he says, that it will not have any impact on the Russian economy. In addition, consider that sanctions are heavily targeted towards particular institutions and particular banks. The Russian president, therefore, would be less concerned that this is going to have an impact on people here in Russia in general, only on these high net worth individuals who already are experiencing US sanctions, for example, and so are well versed in how to avoid further sanctions which might prevent them moving their money around.
Stuart Smith in Moscow, thanks for that update. Let's go now to Ukraine, where Stephanie Freed is standing by. She's in the city of Mariupol in the contested region of Donetsk. Stephanie, now, firstly, is this the news that Ukraine have been hoping for?
Certainly the people here and the government here were hoping for both of these announcements. Ukraine's President Zelensky said as much several days ago at the Munich Security Conference, asking why sanctions hadn't already been implemented, vis-a-vis Germany's decision with the gas pipeline as well. There has been a lot of question among Ukrainians, where does Germany stand? And that's after weeks ago, Germany pledged to donate 5,000 helmets, which they felt was a drop in the water of what Ukraine needs in this crisis situation. And very controversial comments by Germany's Navy Admiral, who said that essentially Ukraine needs to let go of Crimea, that was annexed in 2014 by Russia, and to give respect to President Putin. So yes, these are welcome developments here. The government and the people welcome these developments.
Stephanie, you're in one of those breakaway areas in Donetsk. What is the situation where you are and in neighbouring Luhansk?
Well, this is a neighboring area of these breakaway republics that have been declared as independent by President Putin. The situation is tense. The situation is shelling here in Mariupol twice today. Most recently, reports unconfirmed still of Grad hits, Grad rockets that were fired at military targets here, or military positions in Ukraine, as well as earlier in the day, shelling mortars also fired at military positions here in Mariupol. And that's in addition to throughout the region along the contact line between these breakaway republics and the parts that are not under what Ukrainians say are under occupation. A tremendous amount of shelling, dozens of instances of shelling, including a hit to the Luhansk power plant, the transformer there. They say that they've gotten that under control. But the speculation here is that this uptick in shelling from these self-declared republics, independent republics, that's going to continue, because the understanding is that the other side is looking for a provocation, looking for a reason to basically spread this out or to make this conflict grow in a wider way.
Stephanie Freed, thank you for that update. We look forward to speaking to you later on in the afternoon. Well, China has urged all sides in the Ukraine crisis to exercise restraint and to resolve differences through dialogue and consultation. Its foreign ministry emphasised earlier comments made by the Foreign Minister Wang Yi, saying any country's legitimate security concerns must be respected.
The purpose and the principles in the UN Charter should be upheld by all. The evolution of the Ukraine issue is closely related to the delayed implementation of the Minsk New Agreement. China will continue to engage with all parties on the merits of the case. This situation in Ukraine is getting worse. China again is calling on all parties to exercise restraint.
Oil prices have surged to their highest in 7 years on these latest developments. Brent crude jumped almost 4% to $99 a barrel. That's the highest we've seen since September 2014. And experts are saying prices could easily head towards $120 a barrel over the possibility of a lack of supply from Russia. Now, as we mentioned earlier, EU foreign ministers are gathering in Paris to decide what sanctions they will impose on Russia. So let's speak to our correspondent in Paris, Ryan Thompson. Ryan, tell us a little bit more about the EU's reaction to Putin's decision.
Hi there, Juliet. Well, the European Union and its 27 foreign ministers have had tough words for Moscow since the events of last night, now agreeing that sanctions are very much in order if Russia does not roll back what it has moved and promised to do, reversing recognition, upholding its commitments, and abiding by international law. These are the priorities of the European Union and what the foreign ministers are meeting today to see if they can potentially come to diplomatic solution, or if strict sanctions, which have been threatened for weeks now, need to finally be imposed, and what these sanctions will actually look like. Josep Borrell has said that any action taken by Russia will not go unpunished in the eyes of the European Union. Meetings are very much underway right now at France's diplomatic hub across the river, with these 27 foreign ministers discussing what action they are prepared to take in unison.
Now, Ryan, we know Putin is shrugging a lot of this off, but the foreign ministers are meeting as we speak. I mean, do we have any idea about what those sanctions could be?
We're getting bits and pieces from sources working close to these diplomats about what different countries are prepared to offer and how it's starting to begin to take shape. One of the biggest developments that shows that the European Union will be able to press with some pretty significant sanctions is that even Hungary's diplomats are saying that this has gone too far and there needs to be some type of recourse here that they will sign on to. The initial details we have is that 27 people, 27 entities will be sanctioned. That includes everything from military military to business leaders and finance organizations. That's in addition to 351 members of the Russian parliament who supported the calls to recognize these two regions over the weekend. So the EU prepared to really up the game here in terms of what types of financial penalties and real estate penalties they could put on members of key Russian contacts.
Europe and the world cannot allow a repetition of the tragic mistakes made in Georgia in 2008. We agreed on the necessity of immediately imposing sanctions for another action of aggression against Ukraine. These sanctions must include the complete shutdown of Nord Stream 2. Moreover, Ukraine as never before needs its partners' support of its defense capacity as well as support of its economic stability.
And you hear the Ukrainian president there speaking on television last night, very much pushing European leaders to enact some degree of sanction to punish Russian power leaders and powerful members of the parliament to act on this way. It does seem that these EU foreign ministers and different European Council and Commission leaders are beginning to pick up the baton here and go in this direction.
Brian Thompson in Paris, thank you. Still ahead on CGTN, how will sanctions affect Moscow? The UK vows to target Russian politicians who back
US strategy since the mid-1990s has been very explicit. It must keep Ukraine and Russia apart, and it's actually done so exceptionally well, and we're leading to this catastrophic situation where we are today. The idea was Russia wants to seize Ukraine. It's nonsense. Just one other important point now, and that is that it's quite likely that Russia will declare a sort of a demilitarized zone some 15, 20 kilometers around the republics to stop the sniping and the other attacks on civilians. And if Ukrainians do not pull back that amount, then it will be a kinetic war. It won't be an invasion. It will be battles to push back and try to protect these republics. That's, as far as I can see, the logical next step. So it's not an invasion, but it will mean yet more confrontation and hostility. Sanctions are irrelevant here. I mean, it's not a question of the bloc solidarity. It's that sort of closed thinking which has got us to where we are today. Fortunately, France and Germany have occasionally come up with their own ideas, but they've been disciplined and pushed back into the box.
So more conflict, more hostility, that's what you're expecting. But are sanctions really irrelevant? They're being drafted by the United States, Europe, the UK. I mean, what would the worst case scenario for Russia be as far as the impact those sanctions could have?
Well, it's awful. I mean, it's a dreadful thing. And obviously, it depresses economic growth, reduces investment, makes life very difficult. But it's got a war chest of over $600 billion in reserves, and they've been preparing for this. The point is, instead of sanctions, why don't people actually talk to Moscow and say, look, on the 17th of December, as we know, Russia put forward some ideas for this European Security Treaty. Then the Western response was rather niggardly. Then Russia earlier this week said, clearly our concerns were ignored, and now this is the result. So diplomacy actually means talking and dealing with substantive issues. They have not actually been doing so with Russia since the mid-90s. I keep saying this. We're talking about a 25-year pushback against Moscow. It's back. It feels its back is to the wall. I'm not saying it's a justified feeling again, but it's certainly that's the way they see it. And it behooves anybody who deals with diplomacy to see and put themselves in the position of the other. And of course, another game changer is the joint statement with China on the 4th of February. But that's another issue. But it's important because it gives a background to what's happening.
It is important, but I think maybe you should give Macron and Schultz a call. Richard Sackwell at the University of Kent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Italian authorities have rescued more than 500 migrants from 2 boats in the Mediterranean Sea. The group, including 59 children, was brought to safety after their vessels ran into difficulty in bad weather off the coast of Sicily. The Italian Coast Guard says a body was also recovered. Hong Kong's population will undergo 3
A panel of three gentlemen. Pavel Falkenhauer, Russian political and defense analyst from Moscow. In New York, Lincoln Mitchell, adjunct associate professor of political science from Columbia University. Last but not least, in Shanghai, China, Zhao Long, professor with the Center of Russian and Central Asian Studies with Shanghai Institutes for International Studies. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. A lot to cover, a lot to discuss. First of all, is it still possible diplomatic efforts at this point, Mr. Zhao? Observing as a third party, what do you say?
I think there's still a room for remaining in diplomatic dialogues because as we've seen, the U.S. has not yet rejected the possibility of the meeting between President Biden and President Putin. But of course, the current atmosphere will restrain the actual effect of this meeting. But again, I think there's a very important for all parties to stick on the political solutions. Compared with the meeting between heads of states, the talks between the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov and the U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, which originally scheduled for the 24th, will attach more attention, I think. The two sides still reserve the space for the diplomatic mediation and political dialogue, but future conversations, of course, will be much tougher than before.
Lincoln, tell me more about your thoughts. It seems that everybody is trying to place their chest as the best strategic position before those important bilateral, multilateral talks taking place. Now, is there still room for diplomacy?
Well, there's always room for diplomacy until the very end, and we can certainly hope for diplomacy. My sense is that Russia's actions over the last 24 hours are not those of a country that are looking for a diplomatic solution. That, or they are just, as you suggest, trying to get an extremely strong bargaining position. But right now, the negotiations, I would assume, between either Biden and Putin or between Lavrov and Blinken would begin with move troops, get out of Luhansk and Donetsk. So that they've kind of ratcheted up the tension, which does not lead to better negotiations. So my sense is, of course, there's always room for, and we should always try until, for as long as possible to avoid a war. But I am less confident. I'm more concerned about this than I was even 48 hours ago.
I see. Pavel, Minsk 2, that has been what everybody be talking about. Now, there are disputes about whether Russia is a party of that and what exactly has the quote-unquote the West, the NATO, been implementing its commitment according to Minsk 2. Putting that aside, do you see there is much maneuvering space for diplomacy?
Well, not really much left. The Minsk 2 it's to stop the Russian offensive in the Debaltseve region. It did that. It was about reintegrating the breakaway regions of Donbass back into Ukraine. Russia supported that. If that would change Ukraine into a kind of form of confederation where the pro-Russian regions would have a deciding stake in, say, strategic matters like, say, NATO expansion or just Ukraine becoming a NATO member or European Union. Right. So Russia would have a say in Ukrainian top decision making. It's clear right now, and that's what about Putin and his lieutenants were talking, that the Minsk is not working, Ukraine is not implementing, and that means no more Minsk. Okay. Basically, that means Russia is not supporting anymore the reintegration of the parts of Donetsk and Luhansk into Ukraine. It's a totally different situation. So the Russian strategic goal is the same, to control Ukraine. But the means are going to be very different, and they could be much more violent.
All right. So if at least 2 out of 3 of you are saying there is quite some pessimism in the air, let's talk about what's likely to happen. Now, Russia, Pavel, have sent in quote-unquote peacekeeping forces. Now, what is the strong how should we measure the strength of these peacekeeping forces? What exactly are the roles of these forces? And what are likely to be the plan according to earlier incidents over the past 7 years, if you look back? What's likely to be the role of the peacekeeping forces, quote unquote?
Again, the situation right now is not full, it's confused. There were reports, and actually Putin ordered the Russian Defense Ministry to ensure that fighting stops in the Donbas, but fighting did not stop. There are reports of incidents and actually people killed in fighting. And also, there's also not clear, well, are the Russian forces moving in or not? There are reports that they are, then they're not. I would believe that this is primarily going to be the 150 Motor Rifle Division. That's a very big, full-strength division. It's standing as reserve for the forces in Donbass. They could easily move over the border and swiftly. But the big problem is, will the fighting stop? Right now, it's not. But there are reports of local separatist people being killed, I mean fighters. If there are reports of Russians being killed, and these reports are carried by Russian service personnel, and if such reports are carried by Russian state media, that is going to change the situation dramatically. That's going to be Ukrainians and Russians directly in conflict, shooting
but the
each
thing
other.
there, the thread of emergency there is very thin already, Lincoln, isn't it? I mean, when you in a situation in which different personnels are there could be very easy possibility for conflict, direct conflict and casualties. Lincoln, what do you think likely to be the role of NATO, the role of, let's just say, some of the major European capitals and also Washington? And now they have been talking about sanctions.
Well, one of the dynamics of this, of which Vladimir Putin and Russia has been acutely aware from the very beginning, is that NATO, the U.S., the major European powers have fewer tools in their toolbox than we'd like to think, or that certainly we in the West would like to think. Biden has rightly ruled out using troops. The idea of engaging American or NATO troops on the ground with Russian troops in Ukraine, that would just expand the war dramatically. There will be strong sanctions put in place. That's clear, and the threat of that has not, whether or not it should is a different question, but it has not seemed to deter Putin yet. So there are not that many cards that the West has to play here. And that's something that is very, so much of the discussion in the Western media, particularly American media, has been about what should Joe Biden do? What should the United States do? And those are interesting philosophical questions. The more relevant question are what can the United States do? What can Joe Biden do? And there are fewer answers. There are fewer options there than we'd like to think. And that's really going to be a takeaway here. I mean, I just saw something as I was, looking at my phone before the show started, an article in a Western paper saying, we can't appease, the West knows the cost of appeasement. Are we suggesting we mobilize in the United States like we did to fight fascism in the 1940s? That would seem a bit of an overreaction, and a lot of people would die for what is, in fact, not essential, regardless of what you read over and over in the Western media, not the most important crisis, not the most important strategic spot in the world for the West. So there's not a lot the West is going to do here, and I think nobody knows that better than Russia.
Long, you have been watching the situation in the region for quite some years, and now you see the Chinese stance, if you interpret it, seem to be pretty much neutral, suggesting very much that everybody should stick to the earlier agreements, and all parties' security concerns should be paid attention to. Now, that statement, according to the Chinese side, of course, but you see those statements could fit into different scenarios. Of course, that's what diplomacy is about. But Long, tell me more about how China is looking at the region, particularly with China and Russia having already quite some strong strategic relationship. But at the same time, China and Ukraine are also having good relationship. Meanwhile, China and also the EU are in conversation, France, Germany, bilaterally as well. So how do you see China is observing the situation? And this is important because we're talking about it on the Chinese TV.
Yeah, of course, like you mentioned, China, of course, is watching the situation very closely. But firstly, I think behind today's tensions, they're not only the geopolitical or security games between Russia and West, but also very complex factors such as history, ethnicity, and culture between Russia and Ukraine, of which China is not one of the parties. And in addition, China and Russia are not a military alliance. There's no basis for some kind of to ask China to intervene or restrain Russia's relevant actions, and or to threaten China will to bear on so-called joint responsibility for that. But I think China has clearly stated its position through multilateral or bilateral channels and urged all parties to exercise the restraint and recognize the importance of the principles of security and de-escalate the situation. And as you mentioned, of course, China and Russia are strategic partners, and China and Ukraine also strategic partners. So that's why China is calling not just to respect the security concerns of certain countries, but also to respect the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold those main principles and purpose. So I think China, of course, is playing the role as a mitigator, but by the end, there's a very big challenger for the European countries, for the United States, and for Russia to be the main actor to resolve this crisis together with Ukraine, not China, I think.
Okay. Next question, very important as well, about people's lives. Remember the conflicts years ago. Some suggest 2,500 lives being lost, others suggest 15,000. The numbers are arguable, however, lives being lost in big numbers. So can we avoid that worst scenario? To you, all of you, what is the best scenario and the ways to reach there, and how to avoid the worst scenario? I think that is very important, even when we talk about the humanitarian angle. Lincoln, would you like to go first?
Well, sure, because that's such an easy question. We should talk.
An easy question, but not an easy answer, I guess.
The real loss of life. I know. The potential for loss of life is very real on both sides, and that's tragic. But it's also something that should be informing Russia's calculus here. Russia can overplay its hand here because the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian leadership have indicated that they are going to fight Russia. So Russia can come in. Russia will begin to take casualties. If Ukraine can secure a continued support of weapons from the West, which I suspect they can, then there will be a resistance. If Russia tries to occupy areas to the west of where they are now, there will be a strong resistance, and that will lead to Russian loss of life, and that will be bad for the Russian leadership at home, because now they're in an unpopular war. In addition to the loss of life on both sides, which is a very real possibility, we should also recognize people losing their homes, because people who are losing their homes become IDPs. They move from eastern Ukraine to western Ukraine, to western parts of the country, which has already happened, or they flee the country because they want to be safe somewhere else. And that can have a ripple effect on the countries around Ukraine. Here we're talking primarily about those in Europe. So the way to avoid this is to not have, is one of two things. Either just concede and give Putin what he wants, although right now I don't think that's a great idea, but moreover, I'm not sure exactly what it is Putin does want. Because if what he really wants is Ukraine not getting into NATO, he already has that.
All right.
This frame of this being about Ukraine's NATO aspirations, that's simply not true. Everyone knows Ukraine's not getting into NATO.
For the others.
The other way you avoid it, you just keep negotiating.
Okay, thank you. Pavel, please.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sure, understand. Pavel, please.
Well, there's a very bad scenario that the fighting on the line of control will continue when the Russian forces move in. It will be a direct Russia-Ukrainian confrontation with casualties. and that will lead to the public support in Russia for an escalation, and could escalate into an all-out Russia-Ukrainian war, which has potential of escalating further into European, God forbid. There's another scenario that when the Russian forces reach the line of control, they establish positions and control there, and the fighting stops. And there's a more or less solid ceasefire there. Though the Ukrainians don't shoot, Russians don't shoot, though both sides will be standing and staring down each other. And then there may be some time, maybe months, to figure out some kind of more permanent solution, at least a technical permanent solution, like in the Golan Heights in '74.
Okay.
I mean, they fought wars and then they stood there for quite some decades and just didn't fight with each other. That would be the best scenario.
We are wrapping our discussion right now. Time is up. I know there are a lot to say from all of you. I hope we're going to continue our conversation in the latter days. Hope there will be better news that we can talk about then. Thank you so much, the three of you. Pavel, Lincoln, Long, appreciate it. Thank you. You're watching World Insight with me, Tian Wei. Still to come in the program. 5 decades after laying the groundwork for relations between China and the U.S., the experiences and lessons from the savvy and pragmatic diplomats who made history. Insights from seasoned U.S. diplomat Mark Brzezinski about the diplomatic legacy of his father, Zbigniew Brzezinski. 50 years ago, a watershed moment, a breakthrough in world diplomacy. Nixon's visit to China brought forward meaningful interactions between China and America. Along with a string of events, it changed the lives of billions. 5 decades later, new twists and turns. How can things get back on track? It's a test of vision, wisdom, strength, and will. I will bring you a week of special interviews and discussions about history and the future. World Insight with Tian Wei. This is World Insight with me, Tian Wei. The program is coming to you live from Beijing. On the 50th anniversary of former U.S.